plea for my colleagues, allow us to finish our term. Just allow us to serve the people and let the people have their say come 2025. Politics is local, but it's international too. It is a crying shame that those who we have allowed to be here with us, looking at the accomplishments of my colleague to get us off a 20-year gray list, and this is what we doing? And I don't want to talk about stability. That is D-U-N-E-D. Done. I ain't dumb. I know how to spell it. But this is what's going on. I am ashamed when I know we are here today and hear the utterances in the background, a bunch of clowns. Can't even appreciate what we're doing. You know why we can't get a lot of our wins out on the floor? Because we busy working. We showing up to our ministries. We showing up to work. We're on time. We read our cabinet papers. We research our cabinet papers. And we challenge what we do not agree with. I am on my phone, yes, because I'm speaking with my ministry staff. Remember, this is not about personal attacks here today. This is talking about competence. Statesmen and women. And this is the wrong place to show your Olympic skills, because this is not a track. You got to be dedicated and stop this flip-flopping, jumping, running, and scheming. Be who you have stood on your campaign form and show the people who you are. Because right now, I'm telling you what, many in here are in trouble if this goes to an early election. You may buy, you may scheme, but our Caymanians are tired of monopoly. We are tired of aggregate. We are tired of the sofa politician, the fifth politician. We are out for true leaders. Enough is enough. I have every right to defend my stance along with my colleagues. You know why I'm different, Madam Speaker? I was the one on the other end of we put you there, you're going to stay there. That's democracy, Madam Speaker. And until my people say move, I ain't got no way to go. If it even means that some of my colleagues are going to flip and be Olympians today, I am prepared to sit in the opposition. The Lord will provide. But if you think that's good for our country, move if you think you're bad. Because the people got to take care of you. And if we're going to move forward as of today, call us what you want, you better stay true to this side of the fence. We can no longer play this game. Our youth depend on us. The future depends on us. Our elderly depends on us. And you can't tell me I don't know about, and I don't care about pension, and I don't care about health care. That's under my responsibility. Those legislations are under me. You can't tell me that I don't care for garbage and how DEH functions and care for the prisoners. You can't tell me that. That's under my remit. This is facts. This is the truth. Don't tell me I don't understand what it is to go 1 month worrying how I got to pay my light bill. You think it changed now because I'm a minister? Only now I asking for extension on my CUC bill. You think I am going to sit with a government who never want the best for the people? What? I ain't no different from anybody else. I feeling it too. You think I'm going to sit up for a government and don't try to make sure that we can deal with interest rates, cost of living? I go to supermarkets recently more to help people than myself. Hard to do it for myself. Because why? I put people first. Today is done. The flip-flopping, the theatrics need to stop. Words are wind. Judge us by our performance. Judge us by our outcomes. These waters that we have navigated because the people chose this construct has not been easy, God knows. But we continue to deliver. Give us a chance. I don't want to miss the essence of what is at hand here today, because this floor allows me 2 hours. It ain't worth it. Because the message is clear that Sabrina Teresa Tunner ain't going nowhere. And I ain't gonna make nobody threaten me that if some people walk, run, flip to go on the other side, I not gonna get reelected. Other people the prospect. That's what democracy is. But I will continue to deliver until the people says otherwise. I will do it with integrity, and I will follow, and I will be loyal. That's one thing they can't question me about. I am all about, yes, loyal to the people. Loyal to the people who have elected me to serve. And this formation forces us to work together, because I don't see them as individuals. I see them as their constituencies. And that needs to be reflected on this floor. Not selfishness, not greed, not ego, not gender. Let's come together for the sake of our country and its people, and not self. Let's be fair. Let's be balanced. Let's do things above board, Madam Speaker. There's a saying that goes, if you can't take the heat in the kitchen, come out. But I can tell you what, I'm not coming out to the people of Prospect and the wider Cayman Islands say, it's time to go. And I have done nothing wrong, personally, that warrants me deconstructing what's here. I have been supported by a premier who has been accused of being prejudiced, self-centered, even tried to be corrupt. If he's not fit for the post, let the DPP do their job now. But in the meantime, we got a country to run. We got people with feelings. We got people who are going to sleep without light, without water, without food. We got children who deserves a future. This needs to stop now. Bring statesmanship and back to our House of Parliament. Bring real debate to the floor that will make impactful change on the lives of for today and setting precedents for tomorrow. The truth hurts. Makes you sneeze too. Maybe that's a sign. And you will need to apologize. The joke is over. This is not a joke. People's lives are at risk here. We're talking about mental health, public health, This stuff will bring all sorts of stress on people. I know what the people of this country went through this weekend from Friday. The speculations. And to have utterances naming the new Minister of Health? Really? Not if the people got anything to do with it. Not today. I will defend this role as long as there is democracy. I will not throw anybody under the bus, but I will defend my integrity. I will defend my performance, and I will defend my colleagues on this side. Now, whether this event is a rude awakening of setting the path for the way we move forward, let's make that on the floor of Parliament, the same place that we swore up there to serve the people of this country. Stop the shenanigans, for God's sake. Let's come together. Let's be the group of change. Let's be and continue to be the government that was centered around truthfully for its people. I will leave with this. It is a statement or a short quote from Warren Buffett. And I need you to listen closely. He states, and I quote, "Look for 3 things in a person. 1, intelligence. 2, energy. 3, integrity. If they don't have the last one, don't even bother with the first 2. I will go down when it comes to morals and integrity, because money can't buy that."
Does any other member wish to speak? I know someone else wants to speak. Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does the mover of the Honorable Premier?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am typically not one of the fire and brimstone type debaters or contributors either. I very much prefer calm discussion and debate. Of course, there are times when it is necessary. I think this is one of those times, Madam Speaker. I think we are setting an example for our country, and we're setting an example for those watching externally. Madam Speaker, this motion is clearly a motion designed to be opportunistic. But it's politics, right? That is what we face. That is the arena we're in. Governing, Madam Speaker, is hard. No question about that. It has been, always will be. But I'm not sure, Madam Speaker, sometimes that it has to be this hard, because we have not, since coming into office, we have not had a break from the constant attacks, insinuations. Madam Speaker. But this is against a record which any government would want to have, I think. Madam Speaker, I think if we go back to the period in which we were elected and we move forward from there, we are talking about a government that had the task, the unenviable task, of reopening an economy that had been locked down. And that was not easy, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the previous administration, I've said in the past, did a good job dealing with the decision to lock down and the safety of our people at that time. But it doesn't change the fact, Madam Speaker, that the hard part was reopening as safely as possible, because we had to transition from an environment where people were not exposed to COVID. And they would certainly then have significant reaction. Madam Speaker, we successfully achieved reopening of this country, reopening of our borders, with a record of loss of life which was lower than many, many other places in the region, Madam Speaker. It was going to be inevitable that there would be some. That's what happens when you reintroduce, when you reopen borders and allow people in. We end up dealing with that, Madam Speaker. We successfully transitioned that with the assistance of all members around this side of this honorable House, Madam Speaker. We worked together. We encouraged. We provided hope. We provided a sense of confidence. We achieved one of the highest vaccination rates in the region, which I think, Madam Speaker, medical experts would tell us was a very good thing. And that is what helped significantly to contribute to our good record, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there's this suggestion that the government has not achieved anything, has not delivered for the country. Let's think about it, Madam Speaker. If we look at the current record, the most recent economic report, it shows significant economic activity in around 3.4%, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the hotels are busy. We transitioned the reopening safe way. People had confidence to come and visit the Cayman Islands because they thought it was a safe place to visit. And they were right. And here we are today. We have good economic growth that is generating business for people all across this country. We have an unemployment record that is at the lowest point that it has been probably for 3 decades. Do we know that there are Caymanians that need employment? Absolutely. But this, Madam Speaker, these are facts which reflect very positively on the performance of this government. Madam Speaker, changes to help improve the wellness of our people, the health and wellness of our people, Madam Speaker. And it will help also to provide a structure within which, at any time in the future, if there is something like another pandemic or some other health-related threat to our country, that work will be critically important, Madam Speaker. And that is well underway. She has also been dedicated to the completion and opening of the Ponciana facility, which was originally called the long-term mental health facility. We look forward to that being completed very shortly, Madam Speaker, because again, that is something that is essential to the health and wellness of our people. Madam Speaker, the Minister for Planning, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure and the rest of his colleagues, the rest of us, have been driving forward growth and improvement and delivery of housing, affordable housing for the people of this country, Madam Speaker. In numbers, Madam Speaker, that have been unmatched. We are on track to deliver much more than has been built in the past by previous administrations. And not just, Madam Speaker, in one location, but in at least several different locations across this country. So he has been doing good work in that area, addressing that issue, that need, which we all know, Madam Speaker, is critical. We have had a housing task force which has spent countless hours working with all of the technocrats across the different ministries to identify the areas that we need to focus on, to improve the quality and opportunity for our people to get affordable housing in this country. That work has been critical and it is being delivered, and our people are getting those opportunities. They are turning over keys to people, Madam Speaker. We have been delivering infrastructure as well. All of which, Madam Speaker, helps to improve our quality of life and helps business, helps people move around. And one of the critical things we're doing at this point now as well is focusing on public transport and incorporating that into a strong initiative to make sure that people will have an opportunity to utilize public transport, which is much more reliable and much more efficient in the near future. We look forward to getting that in place because it's essential for us, Madam Speaker. We know we do not have the ability, we don't have the resources to constantly build roads, and we don't have the physical space to do it. So we have to find ways of improving transport through mass transport or mass transit. That is being achieved, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we also have the Minister for Financial Services and Commerce doing an excellent job, as has been noted previously, working with his colleagues to get legislation through, to deal with initiatives to make sure that as a country and as a financial services center, we're able to pass inspections and achieve that gold seal from the Financial Action Task Force to get us off their grey list, their enhanced review list. That, Madam Speaker, has been a signature accomplishment of the government as well. Yes, it builds on other work that has been going on for some time, but it does not reduce the significance of the achievement of the ministry, the minister, and government in providing support around that. Madam Speaker, we have a lot of very positive things happening. Madam Speaker, we have also delivered things that help our people in tangible, meaningful ways. Madam Speaker, we did the electricity assistance program for 6 months last year at a peak period, which helped 22,000 households. So if people want to talk about the issues around cost of living, yes, we have been conscious of that. Yes, we have been addressing those issues. That is a perfect example of that kind of initiative, Madam Speaker, that helps people with those issues. We have been doing significant reductions in fee levels for seniors. We have been doing reductions in import duty for a range of items that help families, Madam Speaker. Of course, Madam Speaker, I am not deliberately ignoring the very significant program that was put in place with the breakfast, snacks, and lunch free food program in our public schools, starting off with our primary schools and then into our high schools. Another really important program, Madam Speaker, that was delivered by this government to the benefit of our families, those with children in all of the schools, all of the public schools, Madam Speaker. That is nothing to be ignored. A very, very positive contribution. Madam Speaker, this motion talks about conduct of the government and suggests that there have been significant issues. Madam Speaker, some would have you believe that there were arguments and leading to fights and similar types of suggestions, none of which is accurate at all, Madam Speaker. I don't know why we have so much misinformation that just spreads around in the environment today, and it is repeated as if it's truth. No such thing happened, Madam Speaker. There's discussions about throwing chairs. Well, unless you lived a different life than I did, I certainly can tell you that I have never seen anybody get into any fight at all. Doesn't happen. As people who care and are passionate about or as parliamentarians who care and are passionate about our people, yes, there are times when we have discussions that get passionate, get heated, but that doesn't mean that it ends up in any physical altercation. Far from it. These things are not accurate at all, Madam Speaker, and they're designed to simply suggest that the government doesn't function well and that perhaps I'm not a good referee. That's not the case, Madam Speaker. Categorically not the case. Madam Speaker, I want people in this country to understand that this government have been, from the day we were elected, serving them and serving them well. We have been dedicated to achieving and making a real difference in their lives. Not just trying to address reopening the economy, not just trying to ensure that the economy is strong, Madam Speaker, but we have been recognizing and seeking ways to address the cost of living issues as well. Inflation, which we know the Honourable Leader of the Opposition himself has noted previously, is driven by external factors and therefore not easy to address. Madam Speaker, this suggestion that we have traffic issues, we have the cost of living issues, and somehow that there's chaos around dealing with that. I don't think there was chaos when the people were getting a benefit from the electricity support program, Madam Speaker. This suggestion that the issues of housing are not important and that we're not addressing them, I've just outlined, and it's clear in reports and it's clear from what you can see on the ground in various affordable housing projects that we are delivering on behalf of the people of this country in record levels, Madam Speaker. I don't think there's any doubt about that. And traffic, Madam Speaker, that has been the bane of our existence for as long as I can remember, unfortunately. And I believe will continue to be a problem until we improve public transport. That is something that we are dedicated to doing as well. Madam Speaker, this job that I have, yeah, of course, for the opposition to become the government, they have to come after me. I understand that. I understand that fully. But let's be honest when we are addressing the facts. Let's make sure that we are reflecting reality and not just creating things or making up facts that don't exist, Madam Speaker. This is not a job that you run for unless you are a full party, Madam Speaker, with a leader. That was not what's reflected across this side here. I didn't campaign on that basis. So the suggestion that, I was chasing power and this sort of thing, I think it's further from the truth, Madam Speaker. Purely a desire to help our people is what drives me. Purely a desire to be a servant of the people. I was asked to become Premier or to be Premier. I didn't go out and campaign on that basis. And I think, Madam Speaker, while we have had some issues with people who are young, energetic, dedicated, passionate, those don't detract from our ability, Madam Speaker, to deliver on behalf of our people. And we have been doing that as a government. And the suggestions of all the dysfunction, vast exaggeration, Madam Speaker, bordering on untruth. not a reflection of any kind of reality, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you know, loyalty has been described as if it's something that's bad. But loyalty is something that enables us to work together. It enables us to deliver on behalf of the people of our country. And Madam Speaker, we are at a stage now where we should be finalizing the budget and coming down here in a few weeks to deliver it. But yet we're here arguing about wanting to disrupt the government, change the government. Madam Speaker, the representation that was made by the Honourable Leader of the Opposition in his dedication, in his comments on the motion, was that there are a significant number of ministers who don't have agreement on the budget. Madam Speaker, that is not correct. I'm not saying that we don't have one or two issues that are being resolved, Madam Speaker, seeking to resolve them, but that doesn't mean that we can't get it done. The description is one of a government that can't move forward. Well, we do have options. If it turns out that we do not have an option, Madam Speaker, then we will have to deal with it at that time. But we know, we understand the reality that on December 31st of this year, the legal authorization to spend money in this country expires, and we have to have a budget in place. We all fully understand that, Madam Speaker. And that is something that will get done. But it will not get done if we spend time down here fighting over who is going to be the leader and who is going to be the government. It is the people who are depending on that. It's the civil servants who have to get paid. It's the people who are going to benefit from all the initiatives that are reflected in the budget that will be harmed by us not being able to get down to business and get that done, get the budget here. Madam Speaker, I entered politics with just one goal in mind, that is to help our people and help this country, to a country that is special, a country that has amazing potential, a country that is so different from so many other places. And that's what makes it special, Madam Speaker. That's what makes it desirable to so many people. We have got to keep it that way. We can't lose that. But you know what else we have to do, Madam Speaker, is we have to make sure that, as I said earlier, the opportunities that are available to people who come here are available to our Caymanians as well. Our Caymanians need to be first. They need to have the opportunities to be able to develop themselves, have families, live their lives, become prosperous, just like anybody else that may have come here in the past, Madam Speaker, and done so. In fact, they should be at the head of the line. Madam Speaker, as I said, public service for me has never been about power. I am purely about being a servant of the people. Certainly not about making money. And I think that is something that we all share on this side, Madam Speaker. We are committed. That's why we have described it, our group as having a very people-centered approach. Yes, we understand that profit is necessary. Yes, we understand that a strong economy is necessary. Yes, we understand that businesses have to do well. But in terms of government, we need to be able to focus resources as well on benefiting our people, benefiting those that are vulnerable, benefiting our seamen who helped build this country, benefiting our veterans who fought in wars or served otherwise to ensure that we have the freedoms that we enjoy today. We have been putting in place ways to improve their lives and support their lives, Madam Speaker. Significant amounts of funding to make sure that we have the scholarships, to make sure that we feed our children and help our families, to make sure that our veterans and our elderly and our vulnerable and those people with children get the support they need. So, Madam Speaker, this is not a case of a government that hasn't been delivering. You just have to look at the record that we have. Look at the current circumstances. As I said, we understand, and it ever will be the case, that we have specific areas of challenges as a country that we have to focus on. I don't think we'll ever get to a point of perfection. I don't think we'll ever get rid of all of the issues we have to deal with. But the suggestion that this government hasn't been achieving it or achieving anything on behalf of the people, nonsense. Nonsense, Madam Speaker. We have done a good job. We have been delivering. We have been educating. We have been making sure that our children are healthy, our families have opportunities, and we're providing support for them in various ways. And we are going to continue doing that, Madam Speaker. That is the opportunity that we have to serve out the rest of our term and make sure that we deliver for our people. There's no reason to suggest that we can't continue to do that effectively, Madam Speaker. We have a situation right now. We all understand what it is. But it is not without a solution, potentially. And if that solution doesn't work out, then come back and tell us then that we can't function. But that is not the case today, Madam Speaker. It's not that we have a situation where we have no opportunity to move forward. We do. And we have the need to be able to get our budget done for our people to benefit. And we will then continue to serve our people and to deliver for our people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I said, I know that it has to be about me. That's how it always is. That's how it always is. You have to come at the leader, you have to come at the premier. Madam Speaker, I have watched, Madam Speaker, at least one motion of no confidence in the past in this country. And I can't tell you I'm a political historian in terms of others that have occurred. But I will say this, given what the government has delivered and what we continue to deliver, and given the fact that this is not about a premier that has done something wrong, that is somehow, people are concerned about their ability to continue. Madam Speaker, this is a wholly different scenario from what I've observed in the past and what typically happens. I've been here serving our people just like all of my colleagues, Madam Speaker. Every one of us have been dedicated. We've been caring. We've been there to help in every kind of way possible. Yes, including up until 12 o'clock at night or 1 o'clock in the morning, 1:30 in the morning. It's not unheard of. Very often it occurs, Madam Speaker. But you have to serve with courage too, Madam Speaker. And sometimes that means taking the hard path that leads to the right result rather than just the easy road that leads to the wrong. That's not what we are about. Being a government that focuses on taking the hard path, getting the right results, is what we have been about. That's part of my philosophy as well, Madam Speaker. And I want to say that I believe that those values are shared by our people, by thousands of Caymanians, if not all Caymanians. That is what they expect from us, Madam Speaker. I stand on the side of the majority of the strong people in this country who want right to be delivered. Yeah, we're not all going to agree. We're a beautiful Caymanian tribe, but we're entitled to different opinions as well. And Madam Speaker, we have, as a government, have been delivering. All of our ministries and ministers have been leading and providing amazing services and effective services to the people of this country. I know that there are principal positions that have a political price at times. And I'm okay with that, Madam Speaker. I know that there are consequences to doing the hard things, the hard rights. I understand that. I've never been about political expediency. But it is difficult. It is not easy. It's not something you ever want to deal with sometimes, ever. Because sometimes it involves people and families and real lives. And these are things that you have to take into account. So, Madam Speaker, I choose to be here, and I know all of the members of this government who ran for elected office. They chose to be here to represent the people of this country. And we came together to do it together. We have been providing stability and strength, Madam Speaker. Irrespective of any little roughness around the edges, it doesn't mean that the core of what is happening and what we're doing is clear and strong. We are delivering what people expect, Madam Speaker. And we're doing it with integrity, and we're delivering in ways that they expect from us. Madam Speaker, the difficulty that we have at this point is disagreement over, and I'm not talking about the government, I'm talking about the country. Disagreement over how we address things that are critically important to us, to our current success and our future success, to the lives of our children that are alive today and those that are not, those that are to come. Madam Speaker, we have to be able to address critically important things like climate change. We have to build resiliency in this country. We have to make sure that we mitigate the impacts of climate change that are known. The impacts are becoming clearer, and in fact, the impacts are already accelerating. So these are things that we can't run away from. We can't make a choice of saying, well, you know, we're going to do this, but not that. Madam Speaker, we're on an island that is an average of 7 feet above sea level. And most of the residential areas are actually lower lying than that. So we have to make sure that we deal with these critically important issues. Because it's not just a question of how we prosper today, but it's a question of how we live tomorrow and what kind of life our children have. And I think we all fundamentally share a view that we're not entitled to prosper today at the expense of the potential prosperity of our children. So we need to get the balance right, Madam Speaker. Sustainability is not just an environmental issue. Sustainability is part of a three-legged concept, which is the economy, society, and the environment, and getting a balance between those, Madam Speaker. I know that there are people who think that I only care about the environment. Not so, Madam Speaker. Not so at all. I was elected by people, not by trees. I was elected by people. And I'm here to make sure that we have the ability to serve those people, the ability to make sure that they have a balance where we have a way of living, a quality of life, and a future for our children. If we don't do that, Madam Speaker, then that is going to be the biggest failure of any of us. We are going to be judged when we're not here. That's true. We won't know. But we're going to be judged nevertheless. Our names are going to be judged. Our records are going to be judged. So, Madam Speaker, we have to serve our people in ways that ensure that they have the ability to live today, they have the ability to have their being, they have the ability to prosper, they have the ability to get educated, they have the ability to get great jobs in this country. They should be at the front of the line for. And, Madam Speaker, we have to make sure that we have a country down the road, whether it's 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. The problem with climate change, Madam Speaker, is that for much of it, we may not see the major impacts until we get closer to it. Yes, we are going to be facing things like hurricanes, increased weather events. We have a hurricane that's potentially going to impact us in days. All around the world, Madam Speaker, this is happening. We cannot ignore that fact. We also have to recognize that it is integral, our environment is integral to our tourism industry as well. But we have to balance those needs against the needs of our people, the need for housing, the need to do farming, the need for some infrastructure, Madam Speaker. All of these things factor into the entire concept of sustainability that I believe, and it's not just me, it's not just a concept that I've made up, Madam Speaker. It's one that's shared around the world. And I believe it's one that we all must share because we all want a future for our children and their children. Madam Speaker, the time for us to have arguments, to have discussions about what we're going to deliver for our people, that's when we bring the budget down here. We can argue about it then. But the suggestion that there's paralysis politically, that there's paralysis because of numbers at this point is greatly exaggerated, Madam Speaker, if I can put it that way. We have the ability to move forward, and this government has been delivering, Madam Speaker. And I, as Premier, have not been doing things that my colleagues don't support, Madam Speaker. We work as a team. We have discussions, we have debates, we collaborate, and we have one purpose, and that is to deliver on behalf of the people of this country, Madam Speaker. And we have focused not just on the economy, we have focused not just on infrastructure needs, but we have focused on real needs of our people, the elderly, the young, those that are disabled, those that need assistance, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, we need to deal with this matter. We need to deal with this motion, and then we need to get back to working to help the people of this country. That is what's important, Madam Speaker. We have about a year and a half to go in this term. We need to be able to get our budget down here, get it passed and through, and the members on the other side will have the opportunity to see the budget, to question the budget. The public will understand what is being delivered in the budget, Madam Speaker, for their benefit. And we think that that is going to be good news for them. So, Madam Speaker, this suggestion that we can't get it done, well, let's find out. Let's find out. We'll know soon enough. Madam Speaker, as a country, and as we evolve and transform as a country, I want this to be, and this is a shared perspective, a place where all Caymanians can share our history, our heritage, our culture, our traditions, those things that make us who we are, that identify us as Caymanians. We all wish for a Cayman that will focus on the greater good and welfare of the less fortunate, and that is what we have been trying to deliver, Madam Speaker. And if you look at our record, it is reflected very well in that respect. Madam Speaker, I dream of a Cayman where everyone are able to, all of our people, our Caymanians, our Caymankind tribe are able to enjoy the fruit of steady, healthy managed economy, and to benefit from the opportunities in this country. And we, Madam Speaker, have been bringing fiscal discipline to make sure that we are able to do that today and to continue doing that tomorrow. We all understand that we have the framework for fiscal responsibility metrics to address. We have to be responsible, just like we have to be responsible with the resources that we have, the physical resources we have to do so even more, I think, with the financial resources that we have. We have a country that we are trying to build on a solid foundation and continue to deliver on that. That was set out in the first SPS, Madam Speaker. And we have continued to build on those same foundations. We have continued to deliver on behalf of the people of this country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let us deal. Let us deal with the issues that we are confronted with. Let us get our budget down to this honorable House and present it on behalf of the people of this country, Madam Speaker. This motion should be voted down so that we have the ability to achieve that and to be able to deliver on behalf of our people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are lots of factors, lots of things that we have to be dealing with. We're constantly juggling resources, try to ensure that we do that. One of the important ones, Madam Speaker, is indeed the National Pensions Act Amendment Bill that was mentioned by the member from Bordentown West, or for Bordentown West earlier. Madam Speaker, we are happy that has run the necessary notice period. That is something that we have been eager to get down to the House. Rather than wait for the budget period, we're happy to commit to a special meeting to deal with that so that the people of this country can benefit from it, Madam Speaker. Those people who are in need of that, and what opportunities that provides to them. We'll do it shortly, sir. Very shortly. Well, there was no arguments about bringing it at the time of the budget, but I understand that it benefits, and we all understand how much it benefits our people. Yeah, long time ago, stop being a boy. Yeah, no. Madam Speaker, I will, as the leader of the government, always value my colleagues and the contributions that they make, the opinions they have, and the issues that they have a focus on, either for their own particular ministries or their own particular constituencies that they represent. But in fact, we represent everyone in the country as well. We have to deal with issues that relate to everyone. Madam Speaker, that will not change. That is the foundation upon which we work together as a team to be able to deliver on behalf of this country. Everything else that's suggested, that it doesn't work, that it's ineffective, that there's disagreement, there's dysfunction, not true, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, are we all human beings? Do we make mistakes? Of course. It doesn't mean that we can't deliver on behalf of the people. And that's what we do, Madam Speaker. It is abundantly clear that that's the case. Madam Speaker, because we are able to deliver, even if mistakes are made, because everybody makes mistakes, because we are able to deliver, we should continue delivering for the people of the country. Not have any kind of change in government at this stage, Madam Speaker. Not at this particular stage. This is an important, critical point that we agree with. We need to be able to get the budget down for the country. That is one of the critical things that has to be done. And yes, we will bring additional, we'll have a special meeting and have at least one a piece of legislation, which is a amendment bill for the National Pensions Act, because we know it's important, Madam Speaker. There are other potential pieces that we may look at as well. But that is something that we will commit to focusing on. But at the same time that we're focusing on being able to deliver the budget for this country. Madam Speaker, respect, democracy, and allow the government that has been serving the people, delivering for the people, to be able to continue to do that. Allow us as colleagues to work to deliver these critical issues at this time. You want to have a fight after that? Fine. 6 months later, if you want to have another one, that's fine. That's not going to help us right now, Madam Speaker. That's not going to help address what we need to get done right now for the people of this country. That is our sacred trust. That is our sacred responsibility to be able to get that done for the people of this country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity this afternoon. And I know there will be all sorts of comments to follow. But Madam Speaker, that is expected. The opposition will take information that they get from all over the place and try to suggest that it's truth and that it represents a government that's not achieving anything. But those are not the facts. The facts are plain to see. The facts can be read. The facts are obvious. The facts are present, Madam Speaker. We have every right to be proud of what the government has been able to deliver for our people, for this country, Madam Speaker, in this critically important transition out of the COVID environment into the post-COVID environment and being able to deliver for our people. That's what we were put here to do, Madam Speaker. That's what our people expect us to do. They expect us, all of us as a matter of fact, to work together to be able to deliver on their behalf, to represent them, to provide solutions for them. Our record reflects that, Madam Speaker. We have been achieving and we will continue to achieve on behalf of the people. Madam Speaker, this motion deserves to be voted down because our sacred trust is to be here to deliver on behalf of the people, reflect the wishes that they expressed in 2021, and that we have been toiling to deliver on their behalf. Madam Speaker, I want to thank all of my colleagues on this side for the work they put in, the efforts that they make to serve together to serve the people of this country, to make a difference in their lives. I want to thank them because those efforts help our people, Madam Speaker, but it comes at a price. Many of us have families, and there is a price that we pay in relation to the time that we have to spend away from those families. I want to thank them for the work that they do. I want to thank them for the fact that they have to sacrifice some of their family time to be able to deliver for the people of this country. They are dedicated public servants, Madam Speaker. That is what we collectively, that is what I seek to do and be, and that is what every single minister, every backbench member, every parliamentary secretary, that is what we seek to do, Madam Speaker. We work hard for the people. And putting this motion in file 13, where it should be, will enable us to move forward, get the important work done, and deliver further for the people of this country. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The elected member for West Bay West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this morning, I was intending on taking the motion before us against the Premier to a different level. So against the Premier and not against ministers whom I knew was working or wanted to make things better. We have moved on from that. Madam Speaker, and I felt that we needed to move on to a different level, as I said, because having sat for the past couple of months with members, I know very well where they stand, where they sit, what they try to do. Fact is, many of the things that those ministers tried to do didn't get done. Because for whatever reason, they kept being outfoxed by the Premier on too many things that is good for our people. And it's all because he is the Premier and because they are not a cohesive group and he has a different agenda. I listened to him intently and I do hope, if those members stay where they are, that what he's saying happens, or what he's saying has happened, whether he never agrees is the case. So I get to the point, Madam Speaker, where the leader of the opposition said, we want a government of national unity. Well, I agree with the Honorable the Leader of the Opposition. So let's accept Kenneth Bryan, Juliana O'Connor Conley, Andre Isaac, Jay, and the others Can't say the Minister of Health because she's made herself clean. She's staying where she is, very satisfied that what they're doing is what the country wants. Some of her words is what the country wants, but what is happening is not happening. Not happening. Let's get the government of national unity, but accept these people in form of government. I have made it absolutely clear that I have no aim and objective of being part of it. And I have said many times we have the wherewithal and the abilities of people within these two sides to make the things happen that we know need to happen. No good of us getting up here and talking about what happened in 21, what the people wanted. They know what the people want. I bet you they don't know what a quarter of the people of this country want right now. And I know. I've been around it too often. The same people, Madam Speaker, as I keep saying, the same people that burned down the fire station is there cussing the politician and the government for not getting it done, not getting the fire put out early enough. So nobody tell me. I know how quick our people change their mind, especially when there's high crime and when there's a serious downturn. They can say how much we are Caymanians are employed, but the net effect of all of that is Caymanians might be employed, if that's what they're saying, but look at what's happening to the dollar that they have to take home. Look at the bills. And nobody seems to want to deal with CUC and all the other monopolies that we have. And, Madam Minister of Health, if you all want these things done, push the Premier to get it done, and I don't believe that that is being done. That's the problem we have. That's where our people are hurting. We would be glad to move on to a government of national unity, especially in time of a hurricane that hit us. And I will see then how much national unity is still willing to perform to help out each other. I am here to look out for Caymanians and for those who live and move and have their being here legally. And I take no other position than that because I know where we come from. I keep saying, Madam Speaker, for anyone to believe that a population of 15 or 10,000 people, much as we talk about immigration reform, could bring the level of comfort that this country has enjoyed for the last 50 years, they are talking foolishness. And I am not here to condone that. I know. We see it. It could not have happened. Where would we have got the teachers from? First of all, where we would have got the revenue from to assist our people and to do the things that we have done and that we are still doing, because there are some good things that have been doing. But where it would have come from? Let us not paint this picture for the division that it can be caused in this country. Because I can tell you this, there's some strong undercurrents out there against immigration. But if you want something to destroy this country, go ahead. I hope that I could survive and my grandchildren and yours and every one of us would be able to withstand. And let them go ahead and flag and use these issues where some of these young people don't know and are willing to pick up a weapon and mean you might not be safe in our home. And I've been down the road Oh, I've spent more than half of my life in the government and working for the country. And I know when I took my 2 children and put on the floor because we were threatened and slept on our mattress in the night. We don't want this country to get anywhere near those kind of points. And they were few and far between. But let us be more than careful about where we stand. We have to live together. And we, what must be 130, 131, 140, whatever it is, nationalities, we have been the kindest and most cooperative people, I believe, anywhere in any country. But that's what has helped us. We have been able to learn and live with others, even though there are some that I wish I could send them to Kigoda and leave them out there. Madam Speaker, yes. And Mr. Leader of the Opposition, yes. Let's get the government of national unity. That's what can cure this thing. Because some of these don't see the nuances in parliamentary procedures. They don't see it. When that premier goes as chairman, the speaker comes down and be another member. How many members they got? How many members do you have then? So what does happen? And I say it because I'm going to say it again. I have never voted against a budget because I have civil servants, I have seniors, and many, many things to do in this country. But I have voted against certain heads. And that's how things are done. I am not foolish to believe that you should vote against entire budgets. Now, we have passed budgets. We have passed budgets without votes. That was smart for us to do, or the opposition might have killed us. But we did it. When I say without votes, because they were not here. So, Madam Speaker, today is that day I spoke about in the last meeting. The best of times, the worst of times. And Madam Speaker, this is so. Not because our island is bereft of ideas and goodwill by our people who mean well and want the best for all our people. And willing and has given chance to government to see to it is done. No. We have young people coming on board now, our seniors that still can offer us advice if we would take it. Instead of telling me I'm too old and I must go home, and it's not necessarily me. I'm talking about seniors in this country who have been around, who have degrees, who have experience in management. No, this country is not bereft of these things. We got people here that we need to be using, our own people, rather than bring in all these people that you don't know. Yes, the best of times, but the worst of times, because we are here having to try to bring the matters which is on everyone's lips, except them that hate, dislike, and are bad-minded against others. It's on people's lips. Bring those matters to where it is affecting the lives of our people more positively. And anyone trying to say different about our situation is not being realistic, not being true to themselves, nor to their constituents. Madam Speaker, I was asked to join PAC. And not being the happiest to be a part, but did what I thought the best at the time for Cayman. I was part of inviting others to join PAC. Madam Speaker, I look back at that time and what I felt wasn't comfortable, but I look back on my work over the years and saw changes to that work that different administrations that I was in could accomplish. That although it was said it was all bad by detractors, they still use those things. Not much change, because those things were not bad like it was touted to be. The only thing that they didn't try to change over the years, Madam Speaker, New Young, was the chair you're sitting in that I built, that I paid for. That's the only thing that they didn't try to change McKeever name from. That. No, Madam Speaker, and when I looked at joining PAC, they couldn't match. PAC can. Some of these you couldn't, perhaps one or two. But many of them, there was an outside directing, couldn't match our fight, our efforts in the United Democratic Party and other administrations that I was part of. The member from Bordentown West spoke about the fight that Mr. Gilbert had as a government when I was leader of government business to get Cineco in place, and the licks that he took and we took as an administration to do all of that. Today, they might complain, but who complaining? Who complaining? Look at it. But look at the many efforts, and I look back on that, because this might be my last speech here, because I don't know if the budget can come or what they're going to do. But let me tell you, Madam Speaker, when they told us that we had to send home 600 civil servants, Duncan Taylor, that's what they put in front of me. And I said, you must think I fool. I said, that's your job, Madam Speaker. That's the Constitution. But this government is not going to agree to that. You know how many Caymanians we're sending home? What that can do? Probably 3 times that many, probably 4 times that many is going to be affected. No, sir. We're not doing it. Then the demand for me to put in place income tax, to put in place value-added tax. And you know what that is, right? On everything you purchase, you pay a tax on it. And for me to put in place property tax. So think of that, honorable members, where we would be today with those taxes. They kicked me in the face. 2, because I refused to accept their advice to put in place beneficial ownership. You know what I told them there? I left my pen home. You not got it, but you want me to put in place. Yeah, you must think we are monkeys swinging on trees down here. No, we're not doing it. So, let me tell you, all the younger ones, no need to come telling and throwing blame around, whether you be new or whether you're in your half term or wherever you're at. So where are we? Yes. The mayor says they have issues with the budget, and they are down here fighting about who are the leaders. The problem is that fit true. But why are we here? Why are we here? We are here because we should not be in a budget situation at this point. It would have been good if all the political advice and the civil service advice had been taken from early in the year. But it didn't happen. So ask yourselves, don't come beat up on me when I sit down, because I got to stand in orders ready. Ask yourselves, why are we down here? Why are we down here? We had a 2-day retreat that I attended somewhere in the middle of the year, probably June or July, I can't remember which, but around there. So, this situation is happening. Why? Because of the various agendas, the cohesion was not there. The commitment to each other was not there because you don't have the cohesion. That's how come, Madam Minister of Health, we are down here. What not true? You're not here to correct me, though. Look at chair there. I said it. It's on record. Madam Speaker, now, they say it is in good shape. Well, tell me these. These were the issues of the budget and policies that stood and still stand in the way until I see different. And up until Monday last week, I attended my last caucus, and they couldn't give us one written document. They come and put it up on the screen, and I expect all of us to just, when they go through it and they answer a few questions, but they told us, nothing can be changed. Am I lying? No, I'm not lying. The country needs to hear the facts. Nobody can dispute that. And what were the matters? What were the matters? Well, on the 9th of October, I think I left it in my car, but I written an agenda that I gave the caucus, the Cayman Islands, and the Premier of the various things that we had talked about in July that we knew that we were not getting any funding for. Number of things, and things that we were concerned about. So, the first one that I told them my priority was the education situation. And back then, I had on my table, which the House had passed, a high school for the District of West Bay, but over a period, three-year period. And then the Cayman Brac High School, which was also spoken about here, and which even to the member from Cayman Brac West said he certainly supported. We didn't know, and I'm going to go into that, we didn't know the full situation of that Lehman Scott High School. That high school was built in, I think, 69 or 67. And you know that it has asbestos in it. And you know that the way it is, being that old, is a difficult thing to renovate, etc., because of wiring and plumbing and all these things. So the minister had every right to plug for a new high school. I didn't know. I don't know if anybody knew, but that was in June or July. But prior to that, Madam Speaker, I think it must have gone, as I understand, about 3 times. The cabinet who agreed, who decided the business case, all of that. And you come and saying, you not got the money, and she can't get it. Yet you're not hearing the facts of what your surplus is. That was one aspect of education. But we also know And plant. So I take another one on plant. I call it plant, infrastructure, buildings, where we have the handicap school or the lighthouse school. Teachers are all over the place having to travel from district to deal with children, because children are put where? In the middle, in the primary schools. These are handicapped lighthouse school children put in amongst these areas to cope with it. I don't care how or when we got there. We are there, and those should be priorities. If education and getting our children to a place where they can cope and where they can bounce around with those that we bring in and they can stand up on their own, then we need to have the good teachers. And if you got bad teachers, you move them, but you pay the good teachers good. And what is happening, the money's not there for the teachers either. That's just a few areas of education, and we don't know all of it. Because how it was conducted is that he went to each minister behind the next minister, so Tom Brown wouldn't know what Joe Blow is doing. And he can easily divide and conquer. I know different about how budgets work. You sit down with everybody. This is your money, and this is what we're going to do, because these are our priorities. You don't take Tom Blow down in the back room, deal with him, come back, tell Joe Blow, that's not what you said, all sorts of things. Then he blame in the civil servants. And I put up with this sometimes till 11, 12 o'clock at night. The things for agriculture, which one was one of my priorities, the same thing. We don't know if the East-West corridor, and I say agriculture, but that ministry, we don't know where that was. If they know now, we do not know. Because we hear, well, he don't have enough money, but he might get 14 million or he might get 10 million. Oh, yeah? And then you said one time you were having a deficit and one time you were having a surplus. Listen, how in the world you can run a country like that? Huh? How? Jesus God. Can't run a country like that. They can get up and cuss me, boy, and they have been doing that on the radio. Paid by whom? Huh? Paid by whom? Huh? That's the ridiculousness in this country. When you can't have your way, you pay somebody, a Novarian, to come and cuss us and tell us all sorts of stuff and tell you lies, and then you must satisfy with that as a government. Never in the worst history of governance that I witnessed, either up there or being a member here, that I ever see anything, felt anything like this with this country. And it hurt here up until a month away from when I'm talking about these things was delivered. Monday or Thursday the night was a month, and I said, and I prayed that night, Wednesday night, I said, God, first thing is you forgive me for my sins, but you forgive them too. Something I had to give. And so, Madam Speaker, that was some of the issues. Yes, we have made good promise on veterans, seamen, and as many poor persons as we could. But other governments did the same thing. And we only got to where we were because other governments pushed it all the way. The East-West Arterial, I still don't know where that is. While our people is still suffering up there, coming from there, and children suffering and stressed out. We don't know where it is. The council, these are not budget issues, I don't think, but there are certainly policy issues. The council, where one government department is taking the next government department to court. Can you ever believe that this small island that we have, that is this kind of thing going on? That's a policy we have been asked, let's change it. Nothing happened. We were told, at that time, in Northside in June or July, there is $90,000 in the budget for new hirings of the civil service. What? 90 million? Sorry. 90 million, not 90,000. Sorry if I said 1,000. 90 million. And the last, when we told them to take it down, they couldn't take it down for whatever reason. You hear one story from the civil service and you hear another from the political directorate at the top there. And the last one we had, I'm sure if I go through my bag, I will find it, but I think it was well over $60 million in the new budget, or that's what might have been put in the new budget for new civil service posts in this country. And I said then, and I say now, it's all unsustainable. We do not have that kind of revenue, and we have to push things to the limit to get the revenue for these things. On top of all of that, the civil service COLA for the rank and file of the civil service is not there either. The uplift for the government pensioners who get $300 or $500 or $900 is not there either. And listen to me, we took in good faith. We took, all of us, you know, I'm talking about myself because I was there, but this is what I'm talking about the ministers too. All in good faith with the minister said, we are going to give the veteran seamen and the other poor people through National Needs Assessment Unit the $1,250. But you're going to try to bring up the lower ones in the civil service. You're not hearing about that. What we're hearing about is some sort of honorarium. And when I asked well, what that is, they said, well, they couldn't tell me what level of civil service was going to get it. Get that honorarium and how many, or what the total millions were. I'm not against giving anybody anything. But, as I said, the rank and file, not there, the COLA, and the pensioners of this country who put in years, whether some was 5 or some were 10 or some was whatever, they worked. And now they can't make it. Can you imagine? They can't make it on the little pension they're getting. The next issue, the last one that I had to stop and listen to most careful and said, no, can't be. The Sovereign Wealth Fund. That raised plenty devil's heads. Plenty. From what I know, the sovereign wealth funds around the world have worked, but they have worked in places like Trinidad. We use that as an example because they have tremendous energy wealth, and they can put millions of dollars towards it. I know I read and I follow Singapore agenda over the years. They have one, but they put in little by little over 50 years or whatever it is now, maybe shorter than that, but somewhere around there between 30 and 50 years. And they put in a little bit because they're somewhat like us. They don't have heavy natural resources. But now we can take our $100 and something million and give it to who? People in the private sector to run. Oh yeah? The same people that lose us millions of dollars in people's pensions? No, the government pension operations have not lost and have kept us steady. And thanks be to God for them. Right? So, expect me to do what? Stand still, take licks? No, at least I may run, even if I can't fire one back. Madam Speaker, here's another point. Why are we here? And why are we 9-9 when we had 10 out there, with myself at least? Madam Speaker, I came here with a motion, seconded by my colleagues, about the energy situation in this country, what was happening to us. And felt that it's time, not just them, but what the banks and insurance company was doing to everybody, But I had a case, and I did say, not to say that Caribbean Utilities Company was not or is not a well-run company, not good. They're good, they're business-wise, and they have served us well. But there is a time that we have to look. We have to look. So what I learned, and I mentioned it back then, that the Cayman Islands missed a golden opportunity to put CUC on notice that we intend to cancel their monopoly T&D contract. Instead, Madam Speaker, it has now automatically renewed until the year 2048. The minister, I know, is trying to take things in hand, but it has been renewed because the deadline to give them notice to cancel passed earlier this year with no action. And that was one of the straws that prompted my decision to resign from PAC, as this was a tremendous blow to the Cayman population who are already suffering. Because that, I think, was one of the main ways. I think the way the Premier now is moving, the way that the minister is moving with Offrig is putting them on some notice. But we got to see where that can take us, because we lost that opportunity. Go get the contracts for yourself. So we must now negotiate a new relationship between Caribbean Utilities and the people of the Cayman Islands. And the legacy monopoly model that has been in place for over a half a century no longer serves the best interests of the people of these islands. Madam Speaker, CUC's increasing profits can no longer be incentivized by selling ever more expensive grid electricity to our people. An example of this can be seen in that company's recent third quarter earnings report for 2023, whereby they are quoted as stating that net earnings for Q3 2023 increased by 34%, or $13.9 million over the same period in 2022. As a part of my $4,231 rent. And it increased over 100%. Can you imagine? Over 100%. That's where it went. So this was no fluke, from my opinion, or by chance, just growth. If we look further to 2021, CUC reported that net earnings for that year almost doubled as compared to 2020. So the point being, as a utility company, they have made significant earnings of what they do for the Caymanian people. This can no longer be sustained, and a change in business as usual is needed for the benefit of our people. The Cayman Islands broke the monopoly contract over the generation of electricity many years ago. It is time we return that to the people and give them a legal right to generate their own solar energy, similar to islands like Barbados, which means our people buying less electricity from CUC and dramatically lowering their energy costs and cost of living. That's one of the biggest cost of living matters that we have to deal with. Although it's going back down now, and they can tell you what it's done every year. Oh, it's so hot, got to put it up. You're getting cooler, we bring it down a little bit. Next year, go back up hot. No, time for change. We must facilitate financing options so that, and we heard this, so that solar energy becomes accessible to everyone in the Cayman Islands, not just those who have the means. In the process, we must ensure we enhance competition, not further entrench monopoly. Back in 2011, 12, around there, we put $15 or $17 million in the budget because England had just put a program in for solar energy to homes. And I asked that donkey, of Duncan Taylor that we needed to do the same thing. And our group agreed. And you know that we had to take it out because you know what we were then. The government should also ensure that the price paid to consumers for any solar energy that is sold to CUC is done at rates which are aligned with the requirements of the National Energy Policy, ensuring Caymanians are being compensated at rates that provide a net profit to the country. Solar energy can not only save homeowners on the energy costs, but those who do not own a home and rent, from what we understand, can also access the benefits of solar energy. They can do so through the creation of new programs, what they call community solar. This is where I think a person can own a small portion of a large solar array fully financed by the bank that provides credits on their CUC bill every month, even though that solar is not installed at their home or apartment. So there are things that can be done. And when we want to make real changes in the cost of living, we need to do things like this. We have to grab hold and say, listen, man, this can't continue. Poor people lying in darkness? No, because they can't pay the bill. And every MLA, every one of us, every MP, people are looking for us to help pay electrical costs. This is nothing to do personal against anybody in CUC. We had to do the same thing with Cape Wireless. Oh, they cost us for it. Some of us in this house, not members, but some of us sitting in the gallery, etc., was there and part of it. They knew. And we had to take them on. And of course, all of that, I was a leader of government business. And of course, all of that gave all of them all sorts of things to call us crooked, to cause this, and say you're being investigated, and they're going to England, they can do this and do the next thing. Stop it. Stop it. I have never lied for this country. Never did. And they can do anything they want to do. But when it comes to trying to change some of these things, the Premier has been absent. I'm not willing. And what you have heard me say here tonight, this evening, not one soul can come and say any different. Can they say that I didn't give the Premier the benefit of the doubt? No one can say that. I offered advice, and I offered to work wherever I could without being a minister. Did not want to be part of a cabinet. And he wouldn't give me anything anyway. Beat me up behind my back, smile in my face. But that was my position, it's still my position. The Premier has been absent on these issues. And no one here, not one minister, can say that McKeever Bush is telling a lie. So, where do I stand? I have said what I believe to be the facts. Whether that happens or not, I have to vote with the motion. But I believe that there are good enough people on that side who can prove their worth and work with us if we garner ourselves together as we say we are Caymanians, and let's work together. Put it together, show whomever was talked about the outside world. Show them that we can make changes. And the ship goes full steam ahead with the right crew and the right steering. Let us not be what I was told, because I'm not that old, that Gerard said about Caymanians. and he was leaving, what he said, if a Caymanian can't be the captain, he go down in the riggings and mash it up. We don't want that. We don't want that. We don't want that. Let them be the ones that does that kind of stuff. Let us be the one that can be positive change for our people. One last point, Madam Speaker, is this. We built and gave concessions to several clinics and at least, I can't remember whether the doctor's hospital at the time got it, but it was offered. But we built Shetty and gave them good concessions because we believed it would be a good thing for the country. And I believe that that hospital has demonstrated that it is a good thing for this country. But still, there are forces in the governance of our health services that refuse to send people there. Rather, they send them overseas. And the last time the minister had to get money, I think she said it was something up to $26 million that she had to put in. Not blaming the minister. Mind you, I keep saying even with these government companies that we have responsibility for policy. My position used to be, you're the board, you don't want to do what we say, you don't want to do what our policy is. You see the door there? Go through that. We'll get other people that can agree with our policies. So you might have to take that up, Minister. But I cannot find support to spend $26 or $30 million to send people overseas when they can get the same type of service here, either through Doctors Hospital or Shetty Hospital, Health City. It's going to be better soon because of the huge amount of new equipment and medical facilities going to be at the new cancer center. We have to. That money stays here. Yes, they have people from overseas, but yes, look how much it saves us. And I know, because my wife went overseas, thousands of dollars. First time I had to spend 3 or 4 weeks one time. But I could have been home. She could have been there. I could have slept up there. I could have been moving up and down. Her family would have been moving up and down. Much easier, much better position than you lying down in some hotel up there having to travel with people you don't even know, right? It means you got good medical care. We're not talking about the medical care. I am saying that we need to look at these kind of situations so that money can stay here. Towers through our economy. $26 million or $10 million. Do the economics of that. It's about 40, 3 or 4 times. If it's 10, you're saving. So, Madam Speaker, I will end there. Only to say again that the country needs a new look. It's a good time to reset. We said that after COVID, and the government struggled. The Ministry of Tourism is still struggling and trying to do a good job in getting our tourism back on track, bring it up to par. We can do it, but we need to work together. And the Premier says he understands the opposition's position. That is him. Yeah. It was one time McKeewa, and he was up there sitting down in the gallery, looking on, waiting to take over. So maybe he do feel it, maybe he understands. But I know all of us on this side understands, because I have no doubts on what members are capable of on this side and what they can do on that side. If we pull together, we can do it, and we need to do it, and we need to put our local people in place that can help us. And I know some of that has been done. Madam Speaker, as I said, let's get the government of national unity. I will have to vote for the motion.
I acknowledge the elected member for Red Bay, but before you speak, I want to take a moment to acknowledge all of our youth parliamentarians who have joined us in the gallery. Today, at this time, we start Youth Parliament at 3:30 on Tuesdays. So instead of participating in what we would call a mock debate, they are getting to experience firsthand what a special meeting really looks like. As you all can hear, we are debating a matter of national importance. And I thank you all for being on your best behavior, being quiet. Members in the gallery are not supposed to clap. I'm sure that you guys have already been advised of that. For the others who are here, just in case you didn't know, just wanted to remind you of some of the house rules. Elected member for Red Bay.
Madam Speaker, would it be convenient if I moved the motion for the House to continue beyond the hour of interruption now, rather than in 10 minutes? But you can. Yeah.
Go ahead, move it.
Madam Speaker, I'll need a seconder though. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the business of the House do continue beyond the hour of interruption.
Is there a seconder?
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
Question is that this honorable House do continue past the hour of 4:30. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against? No? The ayes have it. You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I too would like to acknowledge and thank the former members of the House who are here and the former Speaker, as well as the youth parliamentarians for coming and observing the proceedings in Parliament today on this important matter. Madam Speaker, in Shakespeare's play Macbeth, on the eve of his demise, Macbeth made one of the most famous soliloquies of those in Shakespeare's many plays. Macbeth facing doom said, "Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow creeps in this petty pace from day to day, to the last syllable of recorded time, and all our yesterdays have lighted fools the way to dusty death. Out, out, brief candle, life is but a walking shadow, a poor player who struts and frets his hour upon the stage and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing." That, Madam Speaker, would be an appropriate epitaph to the speech delivered this evening in defense of his premiership by the Honorable Premier. Madam Speaker, tomorrow, the 15th of November, will be exactly 23 years since I was first sworn in as a member of the then legislature. In that company, was also the Honorable Minister of Education, the Honorable Member from West Bay West, Mr. Gilbert McLean, and Mr. Frank McPhail. I say that, Madam Speaker, to say that there is not much I have not seen in those almost 23 years. But the one thing I have never seen until now is a government that expects to govern without a parliamentary majority. I have counted over and over. I can't get more than 9 elected members on that side, no matter how hard I try. And there are now 9 here. I believe the term for it is a hung parliament. I think I've read that somewhere. Madam Speaker, the only person who doesn't seem to understand the arithmetic is my good friend, former colleague, minister in my government, and schoolmate at law school for 5 years, the Honorable Premier. If you tell me how you can get 10 out of 9, then maybe I've gotten it wrong. So that can only be, Madam Speaker, is that the Premier is contemplating asking you to relinquish your high office and join the government backbench because there's no space for another minister. Madam Speaker, I don't know you well, but we have spent a little time together, especially on the one trip that we made to the UK, to the CPA. I have told you more than once that I believe, in fact, I've been amazed at how well you've taken to your role, given that you had no previous parliamentary experience before you were elected in 2021. I think you're doing a remarkable job. And I told you then, I took the liberty to tell you then, because we were not in this formal setting, that you need not worry about the Premier or anybody else moving you, because the Constitution is written the way it is written to ensure that the sitting government cannot simply remove or cannot remove a speaker simply because they disagree with his or her view on a particular matter. It takes a 2/3 majority to move you. So those 9 out there can't move you, Madam Speaker. Don't let them intimidate you if that's what they're trying to do. Hold on to that chair, Madam Speaker, with even more strength and stubbornness than the Premier is holding on to his premiership. He's holding on to that like death to a dead man's jacket, to the detriment of his government and, dare I say, to the country. The time comes, Madam Speaker, in all of our lives when there is a situation that no matter what we try to do, we can't fix. And when you reach that point, when you know you can't fix it, you have to accept it. There was a little song that they used to teach us when we were in school. I will take a little liberty with the number, but the song is the same. There were 12 green bottles standing on the wall. There were 12 green bottles standing on the wall. And if one green bottle should accidentally fall, there'd be 11 green bottles standing on the wall. 11 green bottles standing on the wall. And if one green bottle should accidentally fall, there'd be 10 green bottles standing on the wall. And lo and behold, there were 10 green bottles standing on the wall. And I'm not sure it was accidentally, but one green bottle accidentally fell. And now there are just 9 green bottles standing on the wall. It's parliamentary arithmetic, Madam Speaker. You can't get a majority if you only have 9. There are 19 elected members. So, Madam Speaker, I caution you again. I give you my advice as a veteran who sees real promise in an up-and-coming representative. Don't make them or him, if it's just him, destroy your political future. Madam Speaker, there is not even an attempt, it seems from us on the outside, on the part of the Premier to rearrange the deck chairs on the Titanic. He's not even trying. And the Titanic, the strike of the iceberg was fatal. It took time for the ship to go down. But the ship went down with, it is, legend says, with the orchestra still playing. I don't know if the orchestra is playing over there or is crying or what it's doing. But I believe the fate of the PAC government is the same as that of the Titanic. So I'm going to say to the members over there, because the Premier put on, I mean, I always knew he had acting ability, right? Any lawyer, any decent lawyer must have some acting ability. Otherwise, you can't do the job properly. I know him very good at certain things. Not at leadership, but at certain things. He would have us believe that all is peace and unity within the government caucus and cabinet. And yes, we have our differences, but we resolve them in a mature and dignified manner. Lie. Lie. Madam Speaker, not just from the 3 members who have now come to this side, but from some sitting over there, have I been told stories that made my eyes bulge. I could not believe that members, elected members, would use such language to other elected members who are part of their group. So don't believe that. Madam Speaker, there are many over there who are less than satisfied with their lot, but for reasons which escape me, and I won't go the road of speculation, they seem prepared to stay. Madam Speaker, there's another little poem. I don't know this one though, by heart. Somebody sent it to me just a little while ago. I'm going to say this to the members. It's written by a lady called Jessie Bell Rittenhouse. It's called The Door. There was a door stood long ajar, while I went trying other doors to which I had no key. And when at last I turned to seek the refuge and the light, a gust of wind had shut the door and left me in the night. I say to members over there, the door stands ajar. For us, with your cooperation, to put together a government of national unity which can take this country forward. I say again, as I've said to each of you who have spoken to me and my team 1,000 times, I think, since the last election, I have no further personal political ambition. I want nothing but a good government for my country and my people. And so many of you who are elected in this room, some of you sitting on that side, have told me more than once, it's a disaster. That you all are so stressed out, you don't know what to do, you can't get any leadership, you can't get any progress on key things, no agreement on priorities. You think I would stand up here and make this stuff up? Now is your time to make that fateful decision. Let's collectively give this country a government which can actually get things done. What are you all going to do about the budget? Assuming you can even reach agreement to bring it here. Sit here and wait and hope and pray that the opposition, at least one member, votes for you or votes on the budget or each item in the annual estimates? And where's your quorum? The Constitution says a quorum is a majority of the elected members plus the presiding officer. That's 10. 10 over there. I don't know. I heard some utterings from my good friend, the member for Bordentown West. Maybe he might be going back over there once he gets his pension thing sorted. I don't know. I don't know what sort of deals are going on, but because the logical mind that I have says that unless the premier is a magician, he can't make 10 out of 9. I have the assurance of the member from Bordentown West that he's going absolutely nowhere. Madam Speaker, the Premier spoke for more than 1 hour. He spent less than 2 minutes on the issue I'm talking about now, the parliamentary arithmetic. He sought to defend the progress his government has made on a range of things. He's smart. He would have noted that the motion doesn't really say anything at all about the failures of the government. There's just one line that says, whereas having regard to the general conduct of the government since it assumed office. That's quite deliberate. Because the issue is not, right now, how well or not the government has performed. The issue is that the government is in a constitutional crisis and the Premier is in denial. Unless he has 10 seated over there, he has no quorum, let alone getting anything passed. And the other matter, which is dealt with in the motion, and he spoke about, is that we need a budget. We need a budget. I have been through, how many days? I don't know. Close to 20. Because it's only when we went to the 2-year budget that you only get 2 budgets a year. In the old days, it was a budget every single year. This is the 14th of November. The budget isn't even agreed yet. And I can tell you, without calling any names or taking any tales or naming anyone, you can't be elected for 23 years, serve 3 terms in government, 2 of which you were premier, and you don't know the system and the people. I am telling you that it has gotten worse recently, that I am constantly spoken to by civil servants about how terrible things are there, about how many civil servants are having to take medication to control things like their blood pressure and their stress levels, and so they can sleep at night, and how the budget team is completely wiped out, absolutely exhausted, because everything they propose and they think you've gotten some progress gets blown up again. And the Premier comes here with his woe is me speech, pretending that all is well and life within the Park government is paradise. Madam Speaker, the only thing worse in politics than believing the other side's propaganda is believing your own. And that's what he, I believe, is trying to get the members of his team to do. Believe his propaganda, which does not accord, doesn't even come close to what is the reality. Now, Madam Speaker, my good friend, the Honorable Minister for Health, Wellness, and Home Affairs, spoke passionately. But at least in this respect, she spoke erroneously when she asserted that this independent, government of independent members experiment was the first who came on. Those of us who have been around, including the two former members that I spoke about just now, Dr. Frank and Mr. Gilbert McLean, will tell you, and not to mention the father of the house and the Minister for Education, that the 2000 elections gave no clear result because there were no national teams, with a small n, no national teams running. The member from West Bay West had the biggest team, 4, including himself. Then there was the Honorable Kurt Tibbetts and myself in Georgetown as a team, and Mr. Gilbert McLean and Mr. Roy Borden in Bordentown. But there were no teams. And so what we had to do, I was a complete political greenhorn. We had to try to put together a government out of those. The first attempt at putting the government together didn't even make it to swearing in. The second effort made it 1 year before that government crashed. That spelled the birth of the UDP and then People's Progressive Movement. But this belief, which has been sold over and over again to our people, that, oh, in the old days, everybody got elected as independents and they could, each man and woman had their own mind, could do whatever they want. Nonsense. Nonsense. In modern political history, that is since 1976, only twice have independents formed the government. And dare I say, without causing condemnation, both have failed. Let me rephrase that. One failed miserably, and the other is failing even more spectacularly. The reason for that, Madam Speaker, it should be so obvious, is that you can't do anything without organization. You can't put together a group of people whose only motivation in being together is that they'll make up a sufficient number to form the government. They have no cohesive plans, policies, priorities, programs. All they know is, I want to be in government. But even before you're sworn in, all of you would have had that experience, Madam Speaker, by now. Before you even get sworn in, you got people coming to you. Oh, Mr. Alden, you know, I need this. I need you to fix this. I need that. I need the next thing. They don't even wait till you get sworn in. I remember, Madam Speaker, I was so exhausted the first time I was elected. I ran a 6-week manslaughter trial right through the elections. That's how silly I was, because I had no idea how difficult politics was. I was wiped out. So I didn't wake up early election morning. I slept. What woke me up was somebody pounding on the door outside. That was about 7:30. That was my first request for financial assistance. And the elections had, we do a disservice to our country and to our people when each of us run around with our separate manifesto. This is what I gotta do for you. You can rely on me. I gotta change the education. Who and you? One person can't change anything. Maybe their mind, not much else. Madam Speaker, if the country has not learned the lesson about the absolute political nonsense of electing a group of independents and expecting a particular result, after this failed experiment, then I lose all hope in our people's good sense. Madam Speaker, I did not believe in parties. I bought that line from Mr. Truman Bodden, hook, line, and sinker, because my family was a die-hard unity team, supported. The late Haig Bodden was my mother's brother. I was brought up on politics. Before him, my grandfather, Alan Mack. So I was brought up to believe the nonsense that Truman used to talk about how bad parties are for a country. But that experience following the 2000 elections, not once but twice, cured me of any doubts I had about the importance of parties. Not that parties can't do bad things, but at least a country knows what policies it is voting for when it supports a certain group of people, and you can hold them to account. What is it that PAC thing will stand for again? People driven. I'm not going to go into all of that. I'll leave that for the budget. But accountability. Accountable to who? Not accountable to the broad population. Madam Speaker, this was the first manifesto of the People's Progressive Movement, 2005. I'm going to lay it on the table of the House so it can go into the archives. It is no mistake, Madam Speaker, that the front cover has the faces of the members of the team, because everybody here signed off on this. And so when you are a leader of government business and so start, no, I'm not agreeing to that. You agreed to it already. Here it is. The poor premier currently has, well, I don't know how many he had. He had 12. 12 of these. Now he's down to 9. But so it's going to get easier to get agreement, but you just not be able to pass anything because you don't have a majority. But you'll get easier to get agreement. 2009, 2013, 2017, 2021. We put our names to this. People know what we promised. And no government is ever able to deliver all it promises. But at least you know what they promised and you can beat them up for it. Now, you got, I was going to say you got eight governments because you got 8 cabinet ministers. But I suppose you got to come to caucus members too, because the member from West Bay West just made his speech about why he left. Because he has his agenda too, and his agenda is not being moved forward. Madam Speaker, if I could ask the Sergeant to, with your permission, ladies on the table of the House. So, Madam Speaker, today, in my view, is not just about whether or not the lack of confidence motion succeeds. I suspect it won't. Because even if one from over there on the government side votes with us, we're still 3 short, because it's a 2/3 majority required for the lack of confidence motion to carry. But my question is, and then what? Unless, Madam Speaker, the scenario that I painted with respect to your good self, God forbid, plays out, the Premier is going to leave here right where, or in the same way that he came in, with less than a parliamentary majority. And then what? For the life of me, I cannot understand why you all didn't want to deal with us, and I'm going to go down our road, why you could not have done whatever was required to hold your majority and instead let them come over here. I got beaten up many times in some of these CNS and whatever. But I repeat these things because they have guided my decision making and my judgment over my political career. First, politics is the art of the possible. It is the art of the possible. If you think it's impossible, forget it. And this is most important in the context of the current political crisis. Politics is the art of compromise. Madam Speaker, you think in 8 years that there were not moments, were not periods when I said, Al, you can't do this anymore. The lowest point of my political career is standing there as Premier, introducing a bill that would give same-sex relationships legal status. And I am excusing the Minister of Education entirely from this because I knew where her position was from morning, old people say. You may like it or hate it or think she's wrong, that's fine. But I know where she was. I know I did not. But to have 2 members not just vote against the bill, which I would have taken, but to have one of them get up and hear a broadside in me, like, I felt like I almost quit. I almost quit when I was doing my wrap-up on it. And I left that chair, and I never went back to the government administration building for 3 days. I understand these things, Madam Speaker. You can't sit in that chair and don't understand that. But you have to make decisions. And I talked to enough of my team who said to me, no, Premier, you can't quit. You can't quit. But from what I'm hearing, and I've heard for ages now, the converse is true with respect to the present political crisis. Many of his members are asking the Premier, please, let's rearrange the deck chairs. At least let's show some semblance of trying to accommodate what others want. Madam Speaker, I will close with another of Shakespeare's soliloquies. This one from The Merchant of Venice. And it is in the context, Madam Speaker, those of you who like Shakespeare or learn Shakespeare, about when Portia is being, the suitors are being chosen, or the husband to be is being chosen from the many suitors of Portia. And what they have to do is to open a golden casket and read what's in it. And this is what the first one found. All that glisters is not gold. Often have you heard that told. Many a man his life hath sold, but my outside to behold. Gilded tomes do worms enfold. Had you been as wise as bold, young in limbs, in judgment old, your answer had not been enscrolled. Fare you well, your suit is cold, cold indeed, and labor lost. Then farewell, heat, and welcome, frost. I bid you well, Mr. Premier.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? The elected member for Bordentown East.
Thank you. Fruitful. I was hoping that I wouldn't have to get up today. But after some of what I've heard thus far, I thought that I needed to get up and add some additional words to the debate of this motion, number 10, 2023, 2024. Madam Speaker, why are we here? That is the question. We are here because members of the current government since March has been disappearing and running to the other side. Madam Speaker, I want to say that sometimes the strongest among us are the ones who smile through silent pain, cry behind closed doors, and fight battles nobody knows about. Madam Speaker, I believe that there are some very strong ones in the PAC government who are smiling through silent pain, crying behind closed doors, and fighting battles nobody knows about. Madam Speaker, I comfort them in saying, in your darkest moments, God is there. Madam Speaker, there's so much to say. And obviously, there were things that were said here this afternoon that you would want to clarify, or there's certain types of politics that I've never enjoyed, Madam Speaker, and that's the personal politics. I don't believe in it because I believe that we're all Caymanians. I believe that we all 19 of us were elected, and none of us in here woke up any morning and say, I want to destroy the Cayman Islands. All of us have different intentions. Hence the reason why when the vote came for one man, one vote, I voted against it because back then, when we had our public meeting, I stated my reasons of why I thought it was very dangerous for a small population such as the Cayman Islands. One of my reasons was that when I first got elected, I had to comb the whole of Bodden Town from Spots Newlands all the way to Breakers. Very difficult task. And I got 1,000 votes. I'm thankful to those who voted for me at the time. But with this new construct, if 5 people ran in any constituency, a person could get 200 votes and actually keep winning until they die. I saw that as dangerous, and many of us voted against it at the time. I think the UDP voted against it. Madam Speaker, I say that a culture is strong when people work with each other, for each other. A culture is weak when people work against each other for themselves. Madam Speaker, I obviously went over and worked with the PAC government, and I ran with the alliance the PPM led at the time. And I want to say this because I keep hearing things about the PPM government, and I keep hearing things about the reason why they don't want a PPM-led group or to be involved in it. I can tell you, Madam Speaker, I was treated with the utmost respect after being called out publicly by the former Premier, Sir Alden, he called me out publicly, and we were there, the 8 of us in the room, trying to hold on to our government. Obviously, when they call you out and then your constituents start calling you, Madam Speaker, you got to act on your constituents' instructions. Madam Speaker, I am happy to be the representative for Buntown East. I am a most unlikely, unassuming politician, and probably one of the last Mohegans, if people understand what that means. But as my good friend in Buntown West said, every one of us is here on this earth for a reason, and we must be respected in that manner. I thank those persons in the gallery for showing up here today, Madam Speaker. I'm indeed proud that they are interested and taking interest in the business and politics of these beloved country. Doing this ensures that it should never cross your mind that you want to live somewhere else other than your home in the Cayman Islands. Madam Speaker, I sat down for about 7 months after being elected in 2021 and ran with the group that I ran with, and stayed loyal to that. I understand what it means to be loyal. But we can't get to the point. I know you warned me. We should never get to the point where loyalty becomes insanity, you know? We have to know when to get off of that sinking ship. And for people to talk, as I was going into the PPM discussion, for people to talk about, I've had this question about, this is what the people wanted. Madam Speaker, the first time in the history of politics in the Cayman Islands, I remember the Honorable Dr. Roy Borden saying, don't become a minister because you're going to lose your seat, because you got to spend too much time in Glasshouse and you can't go see your people. So often, once you became minister, you would lose your seat because you didn't have enough time to spend in your constituency, and someone else would do that for you. So Madam Speaker, working with the PPM, as I was saying, I don't understand where the perception came from that working with the PPM could be working against the people of the Cayman Islands. All the same things that I see that the PAC government want are some of the same things that I see the PPM want. They want the same thing for this country as any other government. And when I got called over by the PAC government, I looked at their manifesto and at what they had put together, and I saw some good things there. Right? Minister Jay, Minister Kenneth, a good friend, Buntown West, Mr. Saunders, and some others. Not everybody wanted me over there at the PAC. I knew that from the start because many people never called, you know. But I went over anyhow to try to assist in the ways that they say they wanted me to assist. I had just been the Minister of Health, going through a pandemic that no one had seen in over 100 years, and not many people know what to do at that time. Some laughed, some cried, but I know that no one died under my watch, so I must have been doing something right. I thank my team for having such confidence in me. I thank Sir Alden and for having confidence in me during that time. I remember saying to Sir Alden, I said, you can go ahead and go to those press conferences because I really don't think I'm necessary anymore. This is after about the 5th one. He said, no, Minister, and I'm leaving you behind. I thank you for not leaving me behind. That was a trial. But Madam Speaker, you know, you hear a lot of things. You hear about coming on time. You hear about working, being in your ministry. Experience is a hell of a thing. Experience teaches you a lot. I'm going to try not to go down certain roads. And Madam Speaker, I heard him talking about earlier about no fighting. I never told anybody I saw any fist fights. I told people that I was the calm in the room. I never saw any fist fights in that room, in the caucus. So I'll just leave it there because I don't want to go into that kind of politics. Why we are here today is because I believe that we can offer this country a better way forward. The Park government tried. It hasn't worked the way that they intended. And now we need a reset. When I came and called the confidence motion, after persons came to me while I was sitting over there with the Park and says, you know, we need to do something because the Premier is not taking our advice, he's not listening, he's doing things on his own, etc., yada, yada, yada. And I said, okay, I have a relationship with PPM, although upset with me right now. Let me reach out because they're the duly. And I said, do not look at the PPM as the PPM. You need to look at them as the duly elected, constitutionally only persons that can actually make up the government without a new election. That's how we need to look at it. If we keep looking at it as the PPM, there are only 6. If 6 more comes, then there's a bargain. We stand at the table and discuss it and hash it out, and who's going to be leader? Who's going to be leader? Who's going to be deputy premier? I don't know. Everything is open. But it has to make sense. Oh, they don't want me over there. They don't want this one, and I hear they don't want 2 of us. Nonsense. They didn't tell me that. Did they tell you that? But we need you. And sought very far. So, Madam Speaker, I am telling you that the reason I'm here today is because the motion has been called. Thankful all 19 of us are here in this parliament. I'm not here to try to make strife or try to make enemies of the Caymanians. That's never what I'm about. Everybody knows me. They know the kind of personality I have. Serious looking in nature, but sweetest at heart. Would give you my shoe. Size 12. 13 if they're longer. So, Madam Speaker, I really didn't want to get up here today and speak. I was hoping that we could come here with 13 people to get the job done, or we could do it before we even had to come here today and embarrass this country, making the world look at us as if we don't know what we're doing. 19 Caymanians can't get together and say, look, this makes sense. Let's just go in a different direction. We can't keep going in the same direction if we're not working. We know what the problem is. We know what the problem is. We know who's causing the problem. Madam Speaker, let me remind people of the reason why I said that I left the PART government. It is with extreme regret that after much prayer and consideration, I hereby tender my resignation as minister in the PART government, effective immediately. Since being elected in 2009, never have I experienced such disorganization and lackluster leadership. I honestly crossed the floor in November 2021 in order to assist this government and to lend my experience. Further, it was an attempt to give the country some calm and assurances. It did that at the time. In my opinion, the autocratic way and manner in which the premier of this country leads his caucus leaves much to be desired. It is my experience that it is his way or no way. The premier's failure to adequately engage and empower the civil service, his inability to keep his PART group cohesive and focused, his inability to get the 2024-25 budget completed in a timely and consultative manner, his inability to listen, and his inability to show fairness to all of his caucus are untenable. In my respectful opinion, our country needs leadership that has its entire caucus support and one that our constituents can feel inspired and proud of. The premier must ensure a people-centered government and provide hope for our people during these challenging times. Please accept my assurances that in spite of this resignation, I am fully and deeply committed and remain passionate about serving my country as Member of Parliament, and I am willing to continue to serve faithfully in a similar capacity for the benefit of our country and beloved people. May God continue to bless these lovely Cayman Islands. Madam Speaker, let me tell you something. I don't have to ask nobody whether Dwayne Seymour can do his job. I know I can do my job. I am so unassuming, the bar is so low that I always win. I love it. You know? Oh my gosh. You know? And that's how I want it. You know? So, Madam Speaker, the PPM never interfered one day with me in running my ministry because they saw we're producing. There was nothing on my desk to be signed. Policy was set, and everybody just had to go do what they had to do. I don't hire and I don't fire, and I know my responsibility. I know how to handle my ministry. I know how to go and come. If I'm needed, they know they can call me and I'm there in a flash. You know? I know when I need to be where I need to be. I was on time for all of my children's delivery. I hope that message gets through. And it wasn't boring. Madam Speaker, the caucus voted for the leader to step down. On this side, we are only following your lead. One day of running a country bad is hard to recover from. We can't wait until 2025. It has gone too bad. Maybe if it started differently, and I have a lot of respect for the persons over there, and I said that in my departing speech, that there's a lot of good people over there. I know every one of them by first name. I have family members over there. I have sisters over there. Right? So, I thought I could work with what I found over there. It wasn't ideal. They had a lot of new persons. That's all it was. But if you start wrong, just like math, if you start wrong, you're going to end wrong. So here's what I think happened. You had a lot of new politicians who got minister. One of the first evils they tell you is if you just get elected for the first time, try not to take ministerialship. Try to learn the craft first. Let your learning curve complete itself. Right? Because you miss some of the points. There's nothing more valuable than sitting in the opposition and learning this trade or the backbench. So that in itself, yes, it can be done. I have friends who were first time elected and took ministerial jobs and they didn't get reelected. You know, it is a serious sin and one to think about. So, yes, it can work. There are many that have done it and got reelected. It can work. But the experience I have, Madam Speaker, is that I know when I'm going into an election, I know when you think you're going to win and you lose. I know when you think you're going to lose and you win. And I know when you think you're going to win and win. I know. Trust me. I remember him saying, John can't lose. He won the only one's going to get reelected. Help me, Jesus. But let me be careful. What? Oh, you proved them wrong. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to say this because I think the PPM really getting a bad knock. Yes, the PPM is not perfect, and they would go out and say that. So Alden said, now everybody going to achieve everything that they set out to do. But I can tell you that there's only one person that I know over there, and persons who otherwise would have to stand up and say it, that didn't attach themselves or did not say they were against the PPM during the 2021 election. There's only one person over there that I know that didn't attach themselves to the PPM. Not necessarily running on the same platform with them, but said, oh, I can work with the PPM. And now, to make it sound, yeah, the guy that laughing, but and now we're going to make it seem like the PPM is the worst thing since sliced bread. You know? That's not true. That is an effort to divert the good progress that we can make in this country. The Park government, we tried. It's halfway through. Let's try something else. It's the country we're dealing with. Let me tell you something. I've made many decisions in this country. Many decisions. Everybody know. And stood up for country. Some I wasn't proud of. In 2012, I had to make a decision against my good friend, my mentor, the person who brought me into politics. One of the worst things he ever did. Bringing me into politics. Now everybody hates Raymond. In 2017, I was called to serve. Called over by the then premier. In 2020, the pandemic. Right? I didn't want to run in 2017. They begged me to run because the people know that I will give my heart and soul to everything I do for the people for this country. in 2020, I am still receiving kudos for the way that I handled the pandemic. Some people didn't understand what I was doing, and that's fine. Unassuming. They say in times of uncertainty, when you don't know what to do, you call on who? Call on God. Right? Some was so upset about that. Nobody knows how I invoked prayer into the pandemic sessions. Go back and look at it. Was I? I'm very proud of that. God was very proud of me. He smiled on me for a while, and he's still smiling on me. They throw the darts at me, and they fall before they get to me. In 2021, I was called again, and whilst being called, I recognized that the opposition didn't have enough numbers for their no confidence motion. And I said, let's do it. I did my research, and the first time ever in the Cayman Islands brought a confidence vote to support the then premier, the now premier. I said, let's give him a chance. Right? I did that. Nobody didn't ask me. Nobody didn't know what I was going to say. I wrote my own speech. One of the only things I can do is write. I write all day long. I wrote a storybook for one of my children. People don't know what you know. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to say that we have a bunch of persons over there that are independent. Most of them got together, tried to do something. I respect that. As I said, a lot of good people over there. But now I think we need, because of the gravity of what's happening in this country, nobody ever know that the cost of living and the interest rates and everything were going to go up like this. We are at a different place now. We need different leadership. We need a coalition on steroids. That's what we need. We need one that can hit the ground running. There's some great work going on right now. I know there's some ministers that work hard. Very hard. You know? I know I'm going to get into that. But, Madam Speaker, I hear them saying all the time we have good economic growth. Oh, boy. That's one of the worst things you can say as a politician right now. Who is it reaching? It's not reaching people's pocket. So what we should have done as a very caring government is to get together and say, guys, I know we have all this, and girls, sorry. We have all this going on. You're all doing some great work, but let's pause all that for 3 months and let's look at what we can do for cost of living in this country. We came up with a lot of ideas in terms of trying to provide a basket of groceries that people could afford in this country. Very important. I haven't heard anything about that. There were a lot of suggestions that came out from the team of things we could have done to help people. I was against the method that they did the CUC grants in. Some people got $20. You know, Caymanians, they're going to frown on you. You know, $20. I told them, my suggestion was, let's spend a similar amount of money over the year. But let's do it in a manner where we pay people's CUC bill. But don't do everybody one time, because we can't do everybody one time. So do some every quarter. Right? And that would at least give persons that freedom. If persons' bills are about $2,000 a month now, CUC, That would at least give persons $2,000 a month relief, that they would have at least free cash to do what they see they needed to do with $2,000. Not $20 on your off for your CUC bill. That made no sense. I didn't approve it. And they wanted to do it again. I said, no. No way. That makes no sense. The people out there not appreciating it. There's two politicians in this house that are social butterflies. I think people know who they are. They were in the got COVID either. And we were everywhere. Right? When people I didn't want to get up and speak in a Madam Speaker, because I could say some things that are very damaging. I'm trying to maneuver in such a way that I'm respectful of the people that I left there while I was there. I had fun while I was there. We had a good time. We got some stuff done. I appreciate the people that were over there. I don't appreciate the policies, and I didn't appreciate the direction that the park government was going in. All right? And I'll try to be careful how I say these things, because we're all Caymanians in here. I don't want to be putting another Caymanian down. I heard about the premier before I knew who he was. You know? And I admired that he was a Caymanian that achieved and you know, one that rose to success in an area that normally the transient worker would come in and take the spoils. You know? And I was proud of that. I'm proud of any Caymanian who can, I don't want to say outsmart, but, you know, stay in tandem with those who have come from overseas and bring that knowledge here, because most of our business, we depend on business from overseas, and they come here with that knowledge and you know, they get the big positions. And I was proud of that. So there's nothing about that. I didn't want to put down anyone today. You understand? But I just want to say this. We can't get anything done. I was the environment minister, and we're going to go into that a little bit later. I was the environment minister, right? And I don't need to be an environmentalist to have common sense. I want my children and grandchildren to enjoy the same things that we're doing now. In fact, we did a little too much. You know? I would probably be worse in some of my assessments. But I just want to say this. We can't get anything done for the environment because of what? We can't get the Lighthouse School, the West Bay School, can't get the COLA, we can't get farm roads done in Northside and East End because of the environment. They don't even want to give them the size and the width because they're afraid that somebody going to go build down in there. When Caymanians, that's all they got. They're land rich and cash poor. We can't upgrade the cargo dock because of the environment. No. We can't develop our affordable land in East End because of the environment. That was a new approach, one of the things that made me come over there, and it was never been done before. Kudos to the park. The affordable land housing in Georgetown. Never before that a minister had bought 25 acres of land all in one spot. It was me. For housing in Georgetown. Houses hadn't been built for a while in Georgetown. And I did that. And one of the things I said, let's not use this 25 acres up all right away. Ensure that we got holding ponds and everything else, just like how they did in Florida. And I said, let's create a little area of like 40 homes or whatever for like Caymanians that achieve in sports. If you win an Olympic medal or something like that in sports, or boxing championship or heavyweight championship, whatever. Caymanians that were outstanding, and we would have like a little Olympic village or whatever for persons. We got to think. We got to try to uplift our people. These are the kind of things I want to see in a $1 billion budget. New school in Cayman Brac. Can't build that. The environment say that land look too good. Barker's Beach. Cruise tourism. Can't do that. Nowhere for the tourists to go. They take Noah Public Beach. Caymanians can't use it. Need somewhere for them to go. All right? Buying the Lighthouse Club. Iconic. Can't get that. Want to buy more beach property? Not using it out that fund. Container farming. No solar support. Getting jerked around. East-West property. We don't even want to go into East-West arterial. That is another dilatoric story, if I ever saw one. But us in the park government, a lot of smart people over there said, look, guys, we see that opportunities are going to come up where the land is going to increase in value. Let's buy it up so that we can save that, so that these Caymanians can have affordable land to buy. Forward thinking. No, can't get that. Right? So, pensions, as much as it's come through, and I thank the Honorable Member for West Bay, Bordentown West. I know who it is didn't want that pension motion to come through. I know. It was such man. Madam Speaker, something has to give. Is it world acclaim that we're looking for? Or a United Nations award? What are we looking for? People are looking for concessions. And people need to understand what concessions mean and what it transcends into. We create that. If people want concessions, then Caymanians need to benefit. Either we get some of their condos, or they need to put into a certain fund, a social security fund or otherwise. We need to benefit from persons coming in and intruding on our infrastructure. We are the majority of the minority in this country. There's only about 40,000 of us. And we have had to expand our infrastructure in such a way, and I shouldn't be paying for that. Somebody else who have come in here and enjoying the luxuries of my country should be paying for that. So don't tell me that the Honorable Member from Bordentown East is not a word member who wants to represent his people well. Madam Speaker, I hear them throw the little slurs and stuff, but do they know that as I got into office with only 6 months experience as a minister before that, previously, that I stopped this country from going down a road that could have probably damaged our Caymanians. A trial of genetically modified mosquitoes. They were just getting ready to sign an $8 million deal. I say, not under my watch. Cut. Huh? Youth facility. You should see the corruption that was going on with that. Dwayne Seymour is for country first. Yes, I'm pro-business. Yes, I'm pro-opportunity. But country must be first. Yes, we got to take care of our environment. We have to. Can't make people come here and think that they can do what they want and not have regard for our environment. You know, we need to. $9 million a serum. Cut! Huh? Dwayne Seymour? Huh? They don't frighten me with their numbers. Region waste energy. That is a conversation. Now, not many people know about it. And nobody never asked me anything. I plead. I went to the governor. I pleaded to try to get myself involved in the process as the former minister. I was not accepted in that manner. I can tell you that I'm not going in it, but what I'm saying to you is that the project can be descoped and save us some money so that we can put towards our surplus or our capital or otherwise. When we talk about capital, we're talking about our people, right? As Minister of Environment, I am the person who ensured that we had a green iguana culling. The green iguanas that you see being called here, was me put that in place. I had to fight that. We want to protect the blue, but want to protect the green. I don't know how they're going to do it. They'll have to put up a wall across the north side. I set out. I asked the ministry, I said, what can I do as Minister of Environment that you all have been trying to do for many years? And that's what I did in all my subject matters, in all my ministries. I wanted to make a difference, and I did. I was able to expand the marine parks, the largest protected area in the region, I was told. Since 1986, it hadn't been expanded. Some people curse me, even in my area in Bordentown. But it was the right thing to do. Don't tell me that I'm not environmentally conscious. Recycling programs and everything else. Oh. Madam Speaker, I want to say respectfully that I am not here today to cause any trouble. They call me the troublemaker. A better soul than me. If you got me as an enemy, it's something wrong with you. I am willing to take the back seat. Don't want no leadership. Leadership is from God, not for me to choose. That's not for me. If God wants you to have it, nobody can stop it. Read the Bible. So, I am saying to you that I came here as a representative from Bordentown East, sent here by the good people of Bordentown East, and want to achieve things for them and this country on a whole. When I got in there, I said we need to have the Pride, is it Pride? No, nice. Oh, sorry, that your thing, Mr. Bush. Sorry, I mean, you had named that one. But nice. I asked for us to have, no, the first program was called Pride Cleanup. Yeah. My apologies there. But I went in there and I said, look, I want 25 people hired in every district. Even Brock already and Little Kim, they have their self-organized. Let's take a mole off them. And I said, let's get people to work. We have parks that are being vandalized, bathrooms and everything else, docks and everything else, that we need to protect our assets. Let's put people to work. This sarcasm, I don't even want to go into sarcasm. They had a task force for 4 years and no result. I don't know what's wrong with that. Must be sarcasm. So, I'm not trying to do any licks. I'm just trying to, because people don't fully know the reason why I said, this is the straw that break the camel back. You understand? Because I don't walk away from things easily. And I could have easily, if I was selfish, I could have easily sat down as a minister, collected my salary, don't say nothing, and just run my ministry. I'm not doing it. Because I see we're going in the wrong direction. Politics is being dumbed down. We're going to have a problem in 2025. Persons coming into politics, everybody going to want to be a minister. I see the problem coming. Nobody don't know I see. It is a bad precedent that has been set. There's only 8, and you need 11 to make up a government. At least, minimum. So that one can go back home. We cannot come in to politics thinking that something that has been happening or some things that have been happening for the last 40 years can be changed in 2 years. It confuses the civil service. We can't just do it like that. We got to take our time. Not everything that was done 40 years ago or the processes that we used to do are the right processes, but we can't just do it just on a dime. We can't do it like that. And that's why we're having the problems now with the budget. We're trying to change everything with the budget, change the processes. Not saying it didn't need changing. Some of it needed changing, but we tried to change too much, and now we're in a quagmire. I don't think the budget can be fixed. No one talking about crime. You think anybody want to rob? Nobody wants to sell drugs, and nobody wants to rob. They just want opportunity, a sense of purpose in being a productive member of this society. They just need an opportunity. We are not doing enough to ensure that Caymanians have opportunities. Yes, we're doing some things, but I need to see a constant task force in trying to come up with ways in Caymanians benefiting from the success of the Cayman Islands. Billions of dollars pass through this country. Persons come here with no experience, and in 10 years they can retire. And with Stardust. That's not right. We don't mind people coming here. Every one of us got family from some other country. Me, I probably got family from 5 countries. Cuba, San Andres, Jamaica, Honduras, America, Cayman Brac. No, but I say that to say, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think that we have ever been against people coming here. We understand the value of people coming here. We appreciate people coming here, right? But the way that we have turned the system now, we have turned the system in a way where it's us against them. We don't even go to the same high school anymore. I have some long good friends of persons who were here because their parents were working here and they went to the high school. My good friends still, over 40 years. Yes. Belize. Right? So we need to understand what it is that we're doing to this country when we make certain decisions. Thank God for the private schools, because we don't have enough government school space. We do not have enough. And that's why we have to support them. And even that, church name. Wesleyan, we need to do all we can to help them. We need to do all we can to help them. Where are those children going to go? There's no space. I tried to get my child into government school and couldn't. Now I got to pay the price. And now I'm not minister anymore. What a decision. I'll buy number. But when it becomes legal. Yeah. But, Madam Speaker, do we realize that there are 9 million Americans avoiding taking prescribed medication to cut costs? Same thing happening here. They can't afford it. You know, they're not working, so they don't have no insurance. And some of them got a little property, so they tell them you can't get the help because you got $1,000 in the bank. You know? Madam Speaker, I am passionate about my people. I heard the honorable member say earlier from Bordentown West that nobody loves Caymanians more than him. I can tell you, yes, I love Cayman. I love all the people that come here, but the people that come here appreciate what they find. I need to understand. I need a little help from you in keeping the stability, in keeping low crime rates, in keeping pristine roads, and roadways, cleanliness. I need a little help from you. And everybody come here can't get a car. 500 cars every month. Right? Who are they for? Every day I cross, I see a foreign nationality in a driver's ed car program, looking to get a license that they couldn't get in their own country. I see it. And everyone want a car because they would never own a car in their own country. And I am proud of that they get that opportunity. But it means that we got all the cars are coming east. We had an accident just a few days ago, and I know the minister was stuck in it. One car accident caused a 6-hour delay in traffic. That one. You know? Oh, I'll be out, you know. And condolences to the family of the deceased, you know. But I mean, we can't have this one-way thing. We need our east-west. My proposal was not a bad one. It was not overly aggressive. It took consideration of the environment in the sensitive areas. Take east-west up to Lookout, and that will help us for a while. There's other connector roads. People say, once you get Prospect, what are you going to do? The NRA has that in check. They have connector roads that they're going to create and everything else. We need to have trust in them. These guys are engineers. They understand traffic management. And they have the traffic modeling system to back it up. So, Madam Speaker, I really not going to go into much more because the things I would have to go into would be in being condescending to members over there, and I'm not going there today because I don't feel that well. And thank God that I don't feel well. And I just want to say there's some good members over there. Let's do the right thing. I had to make a very serious decision in 2012 to vote against my friend, my mentor, the person who brought me into politics. I told him he wouldn't talk to me for a long time. Same thing the premier might have to do with some of you. He wouldn't talk to me for a long time. And I managed to get into him and said, look, Premier, I am sorry for what I had to do. I says, hindsight, I wouldn't have did it because I learned what I learned. But you had to do what you had to do at the time. When I'm looking at the governor and asking the governor, is the UK government going to come in here and take over? That's the question I asked. I had to make my decision. I don't want no UK government coming in here. There are too many bright Caymanians in this country for the UK to have to come in here and take over this country and ruin it. Right? We are doing a good job. We don't ask the UK for anything. Thank God for that. Right? But I voted against the premier 2 years. I felt bad about it. We cried about it. You know, and I'm just saying to you that these decisions are not easy. Right. Thank you publicly. You forgive me. And these decisions are not easy. We're talking about friends. They're talking about persons you build relationships with. But it's not about the person. It's about the country. And if you decide today, and I lay it on you, if you decide to vote against this motion, you are saying, I am sticking with my man. If you decide to vote yes, you are saying, I am sticking with country. Ladies and gentlemen, nobody has ever known me for lying. That's not one of my traits. I could always defend myself, so I didn't have to lie. People lie when they can't defend themselves. Yeah, there was a time when I could fly in the air. Weight constraints. But, Madam, I just want to say that today, respectfully. This is not a joke. I'm saying to you all that I came over there, I tried it. You all see me. I was loyal. Didn't back no news out of caucus. Nobody never hear nothing from me. Wouldn't tell Sir Alden a thing, you know, because that was going to compromise my success in trying to move forward with the government that I was with. That didn't make sense. And he wouldn't appreciate that either. He would have saw me as a person that, boy, you can't trust John. John, he bringing everything out of caucus. That's not me. That's not Dwayne Stanley, you know. So, a lot of the things that are going on right now in this country, whether it's the mental health facility, whether it's the region, whether it's whatever, a lot of the things were under my ministries when I was there that were led by me. I remember the Honorable Premier at the time saying to me, Minister, these projects are over 25%. We can't afford region, and we can't afford the mental health facility. You need to put that down. I said, Premier, give me 1 month, please. And I said to the team, why is it only one bidder on this project? Something is wrong. And I went to the governor and asked him about the process in the UK. And I said, but it's not done like this in the UK. Why are we doing this? Rule of thumb. Guys, ask questions in your ministries about the way that contracts are being done and so forth. Rule of thumb. You cannot ask a middle class company to put $1 million up front. You know they don't have it. And when we changed that, we got 11 bids and saved $3 million. Ladies and gentlemen, you're dealing with a man of God. Every morning I get up, I pray for wisdom. Wisdom is not mine. It's the Lord's. Some people believe wisdom is theirs. You know? So, ladies and gentlemen, I think I've pretty much, Madam Speaker, I think I've kind of said a few words as to that. I wasn't just a deadbeat minister, as some would have wanted to say. And I think I mean Cayman well. I have respect for all 19 persons in this parliament. I want us to really just be brave, be strong. I'm not telling you to be like Dwayne Seymour, right? But I'm telling you that I stepped away. The PPM didn't even know I was stepping away. I stepped away on my own accord with no attachments, nothing. You know, I just see that it's going in a different direction, and I said, you know, I need a break from this. It's really stressful. I see certain things going on that I don't appreciate, etc. Listen, someone else would appreciate it, but not me. You know, some don't have the same concerns I have, and that's fine. People see things different ways. I'm not gonna get upset with you. I left, and I said my pleasantries. I didn't curse anybody. You know, when I left, that's not my style. I don't curse. You know, unless ruffled. But, so I just want to say this before I end. The mental health facility is very special to me. The Ponciano, right? I would never want to be Minister of Health again. I did that, that's gone. I get bored very quick, so I need something else to do, you know? So I'm just saying that it's very important to me. I visited Jamaica in 2000 in a facility in Red Hills, and a lot of Caymanians were being housed there. They were also being housed in Bellevue. And my father was there, and you know, of course, when I came, I carried goodies for all the Caymanians that were there, and they would come around me in crowd, and they say, Mr. Dwayne, when we gonna get a facility in Cayman so that we're not gonna come to Jamaica, our family don't come to see us, you know? Made me cry, you know? And there's a lot of people that want that facility open. Families are still overseas and so forth. And since the pandemic, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to believe that the pandemic has caused a serious problem in this nation with mental health, with our university students, with our high school students. Ladies and gentlemen, this has caused some immense stress on this community. We don't even understand the magnitude. That's why I went to get the telehealth for mental health, where you could telemental health during the pandemic, so persons could actually, for some things we were working on there. But, you know, I want you all to ensure, if you're still the government, to expand this, you know, to ensure that we have more mental health support in each constituency. I like the area, the wellness that Minister went into, you know, because that's what can keep the cost down in terms of mental health, in healthcare costs and so forth. There's other things that we can do in capitated models and try to keep the cost down for a while until we try to figure some things out. And try to meet with these hospitals and try to get, rates and look at them with what's in the US versus what's here, and have a sheet that we know that we're paying 50% less or otherwise, We can't just allow these people to come and jack their rates up to the same comparative thing just because you're not going to fly out. No, we gave you a concession, And when people are not doing what they're supposed to do, then we need to have caveats in those concessions that we take it back, and we charge you. And I would not want to know any other concessions are written that doesn't have some clause where all two persons have a responsibility, not just the government giving away. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm, you see, they say they won't call election, you see, so I'm in campaign mode, I have the most public meetings out of any member in the House, so I'm always ready to go, Last election I had 13. Nobody else had that, and people love my meetings because they have turtle meat and stuff. And they call that treating. And I said, well, treating it is. But, Madam Speaker, I thank you for the time that you allowed me here. But I hope that people understand, some of the reasons why, respectfully that I left, and, some of the things that I think that we need to do to get on, go in a different direction. I think the Premier shouldn't feel, that is a failure or whatever. I think it's a trial and it didn't work. They work next time. I'm just saying that it's not going to work all the time. The way you think, you can't pull 13 people together from nowhere and expect that it's going to work in 2 years. So it's a tall task. I salute you. I used to say all the time, you had the patience of Job. And, I told you that in your office at one point. And, but I think that I don't want anything to happen to any Caymanian, and I think, it's time for us to move in a different direction. The country is calling for it. You may say, some people say, oh, Wayne, stay there. Sorry, Premier, stay there, or whatever it is. You're doing a good job, and that's fine. Some people will see it that way. Different people have different needs. But I'm saying to you that the majority of the country is saying that we have lost faith in the PAC government. Now, people are not going to say that to your face. People are very funny. Caymanians are some of the smartest voters that I've ever met. You look at how they vote. They vote you out when you need to get voted out. So they don't joke with their vote. I remember a guy came to the polling station while I wrap up. And while I'm at the gate, 500 feet, I saw the guy talking to the guy, that my opponent. I said, but I thought this guy was with me. And the moral of the story is, man, they had a big conversation, hugging and punching and laughing. I said, Christ, I lost that vote. Only when the person left that guy, he came over to me and said, you think I'm voting for him? Guys, politics is a very serious thing. I'll say this before I leave. We come in here, all 19 of us, we have all sacrificed. Some of you sacrificed your career, your lawyers. We got about 5 lawyers in here, accountants, doctors, engineers, businessmen. We got all kind of people in here that will probably never get a job again from anyone else because someone else has something against you. They don't want to hire you because the government that's elected don't like you. And you got to go. You got to go and do something out of your character, out of your profession, and I'll say it that way, to make a living, and that's not fair. for persons. It was me. It was I. I don't like to say that, but I was there. But it was me who fought for the. I said, it's not fair that people get elected for 4 years and then all of a sudden, bam, you can't control whether you stay in office or not. And then you not got no job and you got to go beg. So I said, give them at least 3 months' salary. And that's what's in place now. I think it is, where you get 3 months' salary after you lose your seat. You got 3 months to find a job. And normally they don't find a job in that time. You know? You know? So I'm saying to you that all of us in jeopardy. And then when election comes, if you had 1,400 votes the last time, you start at zero, you know. You start at zero. You hear about this family for me, that family for me, you better go back. You know? So ladies and gentlemen, I'm saying to you, nobody, mother, wants them to go into politics. Very few spouses want you to go into politics. You got to beg them over time. And I say that to the young, budding politicians. To know that they may say, I'm 25 years old and I won't get into politics. Let me tell you, be careful. I'm not saying you can't do it, but I'm telling you that politics have eroded many relationships, many marriages it has ruined. Because you spend more time, you're married to politics, rather than married to your wife or husband. You know? So, I'm not saying that as a warning. We want new, qualified persons to come into politics. New blood. We want what we need. We can't just make people come and wake up one day and say, pay $1,000 and get into politics. We need to have some political college or something, something where people can go through and at least be kind of ready. They'll know the standing orders. They'll know cabinet procedures and caucus procedures and so forth and whatever else. And oh boy. So I get in my queue. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say to you all, sorry, Madam Speaker. Oh, I tell you, I'm ready. I just want to say to you all that I'm not going to get into some other stuff that I wanted to get into. I'm not getting into that today because it is bad, you know? And I'm not doing it. So I'm going to close my book and behave myself and just say that I'm not in the business of, I remember Premier sang a little song earlier, but when person saw me come over, I hear them talking about jumping and going on the other side. And I remember this little song we used to sing when we were younger, on the river, on the bank. That's not me. That's not me. I am over here for a reason. I believe in that reason, unless something else happened. I ask you to, there's some good members over there. You know who you are. Don't make anything prohibit you from making the right decision today. Because the country is looking, nobody has worked today. I can tell you I got calls from Miami and everywhere else. People are saying, on a break or what? You know, people are listening to us. The reason they're listening, if they were tuned out, mean they didn't care. They are listening. I'm telling you. Not everybody won't hear what I got to say. And not everybody will agree with me that the Park government has done its time. Not everybody going to agree with me, but I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, do yourselves some favor. You may be able to recover by 2025. Do the right thing. Vote yes. Support this motion. Nothing about being disrespectful to the Premier. It's about sticking with country. Country should always be first, and it should be people-centered all the time. I love you all, and may God bless this wonderful country, and may politics remain civil in this country, because there's some things being said out there that is unhealthy, and we need to keep that down. God bless you all.
Members, we will now break for dinner, and we will return, take a suspension until 7:30. Since you guys are happy to come back at 7, we'll be back at 7.